Whoa, chat. Doop doop. Okay, that's fun. Whatever. I guess we'll save it, huh? Should we save that? $100. Fun stuff. save. Hold on. Hey, Hunter, I'll be right back. Be right back. I can't believe I didn't leave the music playing while I stepped away for a second. Mistake on my end. Well, how you doing, buddy? I haven't talked to you in a minute. You ready to hear this? It's a little loop. I was actually about to start something new just because this was like the thing I made to start the stream, but I was just goofing around. Yeah, the wubs, dude. Want to hear the other one I got on here? So I got another one. I got more. Always got more, dude. Always got more stuff. But I didn't like this one. Oh, it is faster. Right, that bass is nice on that one. This one. This one. Dude, I'm gonna show you some other stuff. What else do I got? Yeah, go ahead and save it. Thank you. Yeah, pigments is fun. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Take it out of mono on OBS. Well, you want to work on it? I can send it to you. You want to do something? We'll do something with it? You want to do something with it? Hell yeah, dude. What do you? How do you want me to send it to you? What are you? You're working with the most. I see. I'm working with a 11.3. Yeah. Okay. Should I print these pigments then? Or do you have pigments also? Okay, cool. Well, then we will do this then. Okay. Freezing this one. Okay, let me do this one. Let me rename it, because that'll be important. Base 2, I don't know. Base wubs. How about that? Base wubs. 808s. I don't. Yeah. Okay, dude, we're doing this, splitting it 50-50, writing credits. Intellectual property, you and me, dude. This is, if you say yes in the, okay, hot sauce, that means yes, right? That's our legal contract right here. We could do something more formal. But, yes. Where you at nowadays? Are you still in Nashville? Nice. Back in California. Okay, that should be everything. I'll delete everything that you wouldn't need. Oh, let me go. Might be a pigments patch too. What is it? No, it's not. And then, okay, so everything else is Ableton stock, so we should be good there. Yeah. Whoa, that's weird. Let's do this. And then I want to collect all and save it to send it to you, right? Make sure it's got everything in there. Yeah. Nice. See, while that is going on, well, hopefully we get it right. But you're also going to get a bunch of stuff. You're going to get like my default drum kit that it's like makes it super easy to just like come up with new drums right on the spot. And I'll show you that here in a second too. When I open up a new set. And some of the pianos that I have saved and like pretty much built off the default set, and then yeah, I do a lot of work off of this default set. And even like, but the way I have it set up is like all the drum samples, they're real simple. It's actually just a sampler. It's a sampler drum in a drum rack, but I tweak the FM oscillation on the snare, and that alone changes the whole sound of the drum. And then like mess around with the envelope on the hi-hat stuff. Those two things alone, and then layering on top of it once you get like a beat that you not like. But like yeah, starting off with that real basic stuff, and then just like doing a little bit of processing it to the snare and to the hi-hats. It really changes a lot, but it from starting with something really simple and straightforward. So as soon as this goes, it's taking forever. Let me do something. Where is it? Nah, this computer can handle it. Just collecting and saving always takes forever.
Opening a new festival in Sydney, Australia.
Shush. Why isn't it showing up? Yeah, green screen. I bought a green screen because they're not that expensive, and I just stapled it to my wall. And then like, I mean, it's not perfect. You can kind of see how I had a little bit more space, the light reflecting off the green screen wouldn't be reflecting off the black of my keyboard, and you wouldn't see this kind of stuff. If I could do my lighting a little bit better. But that's how I do that. It's a green screen. And then OBS has a chroma key filter in it. And then this is just a YouTube video in the background. I learned how to do this in high school. Who would have thought it would have come in handy? Not OBS though. Hey! Oh, I thought it was done. Is it done? Kind of looks like it might be done. What's going on? So that's the one that's right there. Ah, come on, it should be working. What am I doing? I'm breaking this all. I'm breaking this all. Oh, did Ableton crash now? What's going on? Hey, no, I got that to work. Yay.
Parking, traffic, noise complaints, some of the problems during South by Southwest in years past.
But tonight, the Austin Music Commission hopes to encourage a better working relationship between the city's permitting department and Austin police. KXAN's Doug Shoup is live outside City Hall tonight. And Doug, what solutions did they come up with?
So this is an old news story about South by Southwest. But hopefully I'll get into this a little bit later.
Well, Leslie, tonight we got an update on plans to make South by Southwest not only a fun event, but also safe and less of a hassle for people living nearby those official and unofficial South by Southwest music venues. Unlike thousands of live music fans, Rebecca Berrigan on East 7th Street does not look forward to South by Southwest.
Too much traffic and using the parking.
Austin police told the Austin Music Commission they'll try to improve traffic flow and look for parking violations around music venues. Commission members also asked the city to work with police so officers know which venues can have live music later than others. Those with outdoor music permits can play until 2 a.m. regardless of where they are. Those with temporary permits can have live music until 2 a.m. downtown or midnight if outside downtown.
We just want to make sure that the police officers that are enforcing these, they know what the rules are. We want to make sure that events are safe.
So the reason why I'm playing this video is because it has to do with the Austin, what we're going to talk about a little bit later has to do with the Austin Music Commission. So this is about something that the Austin Music Commission dealing with South by in the past, and I had never seen this one, so I wanted to watch it.
We want to make sure that all the people that are having the events, know what the rules are.
Nearly 50 temporary 4-day permits were issued this year, more than last year. New rules required the city to let people living near venues know and give those people a chance to fight the permits. The manager of the Eastside Drive-In says it's become tougher to be a music venue.
I don't think you can make everybody happy. You're trying to bring something good to the neighborhood.
But the goal, according to the Austin Music Commission, is to prevent problems of the past and bring harmony to everyone involved.
You have thousands of people coming into town. They're coming to have a good time. They're coming to hear music. And we just want to make sure that everybody is responsible, has a good time, and enjoys themselves while they're in Austin.
Now, a lot of the permits that were handed out this year were issued before those new rules took effect. For all kinds of information on this year's South by Southwest, we've got you covered. Just log on to our website at KXAN.com. Reporting live outside City Hall tonight, Doug Shoup, KXAN Austin News.
Just goes to show the city's been bending over backwards for South by Southwest for ages now. Okay, where am I? And we're back in Ableton, and it worked. Seems like it worked just fine. But that time people were complaining about South by being a nuisance, and it is. Yeah. Well, I mean, they've already admitted that they've been doing stuff poorly and they did wrong by musicians. So now it's just kind of a matter of building enough of our own, organized pressure to have them come to the negotiating table with musicians. So that's what it's all about. Do you see the actors went on strike today? Like all the Hollywood actors? Like Cillian Murphy and one of his co-actors, they were at the premiere in the UK and they left it when the announcement was made. Yeah, bro. Hot labor summer, dude. Hot labor summer. We got stuff going on in Austin, and the writers are still on strike, and that's heating up. You got the UPS striking, potentially, or Teamsters striking at UPS. UAW saying we're going to make new good big deals and get rid of our two-tiered systems at the big three auto manufacturers here in the United States. It's a good time to get into the labor movement, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. No, I'm just kidding. Just joking around. Coincidence, though. Okay, here's another new song. I'm going to run and go grab a drink of water. But you'll like this one, too. This one I'm also just kind of playing around with. I don't know if I'm going to do anything with it or whatever. But I'm going to put this on, play it for you, and then I'm going to run, and then I'll be right back. And then we'll get into something brand new. Because always be making new stuff. And never release anything, right, my dude? By Saucin, you mean Ableton? Respect, man. That's all I got so far. That's all I got so far on that one. But those percussion sounds, that, if you want to stick around for just a little bit longer, maybe give you a little bit of inspiration for your own session right now, because I mean that's the whole point of me doing these, is I will show you how to make those right now. From scratch. So to make little noises like that, first you want to grab, we're going to do this in a MIDI track, but obviously you don't have to do this in a MIDI track. But I just want to make this looper, so we're going to grab, drop in a MIDI track here. Here, I'm going to make it even bigger. We're going full screen with Ableton. It's tutorial time. Oh no! Okay, maybe not that big. That's probably good enough. Okay, so what you want to do is you put it on your MIDI track. You want to drag a sample, a little click sample. You could maybe do it a hi-hat or whatever, but you just need something because we are going to do some Car Plus Strong. So we're going to grab from the Forest collection, from the Earth Cry samples that you should got if you're in the Seed to Stage course, which I highly recommend to anybody who is looking to learn music of any skill level. Definitely worth checking out there. But yeah, just drop whatever sample. Doesn't really even matter too much, because the next thing we're going to grab is the corpus. And always use your little search bar up here. It'll save you a lot of time. And all results, your best friend. All right. Now we just want to arm it on our, so we can play with our keyboard here. Oh, turn off the other one. And we're kind of already getting there. You can kind of hear it. You can play up and down the keyboard because you got your sample. Without it, I mean, this kind of stuff is just useful on its own. I mean, another quick thing I do is I have like common beats stacked up ready to go. So there's just like a basic beat, and then all you got to do is mess around with your tempo to get you the vibe that you're wanting. So basic beat is just like a, I really can't get any more basic than that. Then there's a halftime beat, which is on the emphasis on the 1 and the 3, which is obviously, change tempo, got a different vibe. And then of course you got your 4 on the floor. So like, no matter what you're doing, you could just be like, because what I do a lot is like start and I'll just like practice piano. Yep, it's a default set. And then this is just like a really simple kick that's really useful for just about anything. And then if I were even smarter, I'd have the auto filter already on there, but I pretty much always grab an auto filter, which is in my favorites, but auto. And then you can start to shape your sound even more. I mean, most of the beats, and maybe this is the wrong way to think about it, and like obviously it's not going to work if you're going to do something in like 3/4 or 6/8 or something, but usually then you're kind of like maybe have already something in mind. But like if you just want to get started quickly on something, you know, your most basic dance beats are these, you know. So like this one is kind of like a break beat, so you can already get to like mess around with doing drum and bass stuff. And yeah, you just take away some of that decision fatigue because you already know, like, okay, these are the most common vibes I'm fucking going with. And they interplay together, you know? So it's always good to just have them around. In fact, since we're talking about it right now, and I talk about the auto filter, I'm going to literally save that right now. Because I've been meaning to do that. And so, yeah, I just kind of built this over time of stuff that I needed always, that I was always going for, and the stuff that I wanted to remove barriers to creativity, because, like, and that's going to look different for everybody, you know? Whatever works best with your, you know, flow and your mindset. Okay, but that's not even what we're talking about today. Well, okay, we can kind of do a little bit. Let's... So, yeah, just basically have some really generic samples loaded up into these samplers in this drum rack here. But then you... So, like, that's enough to get working. But you're like, okay, I'm ready to like put a little bit more effort into mess with the envelope. Another really quick one is to just pitch it around. And then use the oscillator here to mess with it even more and get a little more different of a resonance on the attack. Different snare. 3 easy steps. It's a fucking YouTube short, bro. Save you thousands of years of searching. Same thing, and you can do the same thing for the, and then like, you play around with it. Okay, it actually sounds good in that one too. Another thing you want to think about when you're making this, I probably will, that, yeah, you can get a feel for what you like real quickly. Oh, what I was going to say is for dance music, you really want you just want things to be as kind of short and punchy, because then your attacks aren't taking up all this space in your limiter and all this shit. So you have more room for bass. Because that's what you want, right? It's a loud as fuck bass. But everything else will sound good too. Okay, so now we got like a nice little different drum set. Let's make something kind of dark and dubby. But let's continue to build on this. Let's change the hi-hats. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to pull this out of our group of drums so we know that's where we are working. So we don't get lost. And let's just take the hi-hats away for now. Okay. No. Yeah, okay. Then we're just going to do simple 8th note pattern on the hi-hats. Oops. Duplicate. Yeah, okay, that's working. And now we're going to just kind of bump them off a little bit. Oh, wrong one though. That's the open hi-hat. Take out some of these guys. Okay, so now we got something basic to work off of. We know we kind of where we can fit these guys into. So that's kind of why I like to do a lot of this stuff in MIDI, because you can just almost do it by like math and just like hear it out in your head and just click around. Oops. Okay, but now the magic happens in the corpus, and when you start messing with that. Playing with the pitch. So you just automate it. And my favorite way to automate things in these days is to do it on these mini clips. So we just use our shift tab to swap back and forth. We'll just do a couple little break points around where we're going to be moving them. And we're just gonna automate it around a little bit without even listening to it, for fun. And then unlink them, duplicate, and then mess with it again. So now that's going. Let's Play around with it some more. I know, right? It's nice. It's like, oh yeah, I should use that more. millennials are your friend. You can't see it. You gotta do camera better. Been playing any shows lately, Hunter? Okay, as lovely as that bass guitar is, let's do something else. Like all the stuff that you have out, or stuff that you have yet to release? What's the live rig like? What's that live rig like while we make some wubs? Nice. Touch OSC is fun. I do a little bit of that in my live looping, which we're not doing right now, but maybe another day. Nice. I just need I don't even know what I really want to do on stage, which is hard for me to think about because I haven't played live so long, and I need to get back into doing it before I can like be like, oh, this is what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? So, are you doing like a stem set, or what's your plan? I guess. Right? We're gonna make a little wubby guy. You want to be looping synthesizers or keyboards, pianos, guitar? What you planning on looping? Gonna do a notch filter on this bass. So you want to have all those things, you play those into a looper. Am I understanding you correctly? Okay. I feel you. I kind of have a similar setup. You might be interested in seeing that sometime. Did you get that from Beardy Man? Oh. What am I doing? Oh, that's how he does it. That's like his whole thing. More or less. Like, he literally take... Yeah, you should do that. Patent it. And then sue everybody who wants to use it. But that's pretty much how he does his whole thing. Is he just has like one live audio... input audio that sends it into a send that sends it everywhere else into different loopers. Nice. Yeah, I want to try and incorporate some of that because I really like some of the sound that you can get and some of the way it plays with it. But I haven't really done that yet. Okay, sometimes what I like to do is recreate other type of synthesizers, like even pigments, the way they, and I use the MIDI shaper to do that. So we're going to map it to this there filter. We might even need to do two of them to do what we want. But check that out. We got an auto filter with our MIDI triggered auto filter, just like in all the fancy guys. Have you done this on your stream at all? I missed it. Well, I hope to see it again real soon, sir. Get to work, sir. What next? Too much. No, I don't know what that is. I want to learn how to play the scales. Make my own chords. So, that's why I haven't. It's easy. I don't know. I just learned how to do music that way a long time ago. It is mapped with Shaper MIDI. Shaper MIDI. And so that you can map envelopes like you can in, it's on Ableton, Shaper MIDI. It's under the MIDI controllers, I think. So if you go down to MIDI effects, yeah, there it is, Shaper MIDI. And so, like, you know, when people are here, I'll even show you in Pigments what it's very, very similar to. Yeah, you can put as many as you need, just like in fucking Vital, Serum, you know, all those where you can map that. Yeah, like you don't really need any of those things if you don't want them. You can do it all in Ableton. But sometimes the workflow is nice with Pigments. Or Vital's free, you know. And it works. You could do it with that too. And MIDI envelope is similar. But yeah, you can do as like a very, very mappable envelope. And you can change the duration of time synced or Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So that's why. Okay, so some of the stuff that is like, oh, it doesn't work. If you go into your plugins and you go to the audio units, they'll be there. When the M1 stuff, a lot of the stuff that I thought I lost, it's just what they made is audio units for it instead of VSTs. So you might look there, but I don't even know if I even have Vital still on here anymore. Yeah, right here. Let's see if it works. Yeah, it probably works. The more you know. I don't even know if I signed up for it or what. And then I bought Pigment, so I don't really need Vital. But yeah, there you go. I was so sad because I got a bunch of stuff that I really liked after taking after doing some of the Ableton courses that Beardy Man has, because I was interested in how he did his stuff, and I got 2 plugins, and one of them, when I upgraded, wasn't available, and I was like, no! The great looper that it has on there, but there's this sampler that allows you to like live record audio samples like straight from an audio chain and be able to like play it on a keyboard. And so that's how I learned that, is that a lot of your plugins got moved from VSTs into audio units with the switch. And probably VST and plugin makers don't want you to know that, so you rebuy a bunch of stuff, and that would be my guess. But basically, Pigments is the only thing that I really grab now. As far as like external plugins. I mean, I use mostly Ableton. It looks like it. It's AUV2. Yeah, I guess I have audio units. Use one for V2 and V3. Yeah, I got them both turned on. So I don't know what that means though, but everything's turned on. So it can find And you can use Apple stuff too. You can use all the GarageBand stuff. Oh, and you know what also is cool is all your plugins. You can use them in OBS too. So like if you have a particular compressor that you want and you want to throw it on your audio or your limiter or something, you can use those in OBS too. They might crash OBS. It's kind of, I mean, because OBS is OBS, but. Yeah, brother, happy to help. That's what this stream is about. It's about learning Ableton, making music, having fun, and learning a little bit of like real world, like, you know, how other stuff in the world relates to music and being a community, you know what I'm saying? That's what Seralia Beats is all about.
Seralia Beats. Australia beats.
It's so funny as the bass is on there. I know, right? Thank you, everybody. Woo. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, yes. It's awesome. Oh, my God. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. I mean, you gotta have that, right? Because I'm just... Okay, cool. I'll see you later, dude. On that note... Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, exactly. We got to get the mods in the See the Stage Discord to make a fucking share your channel in the Discord so we don't clog up our everything else with stream posting. Well, I mean, I would love for everyone to come by my streams and chat and whatnot because that really helps the channel grow. So I'll do better about posting in there. I streamed a bunch without posting in there and got some raids and whatnot, and that was really helpful. But yeah, and one fun thing would be to do, yeah, see on the Discord. Another fun thing to do would be to have shows going that we then raid into each other, like live performance stuff, and then send an audience around. Like, hey, I'm going to perform an hour here. Could be something. So, should we work on this? Should we go something else? Yeah, that'd be fun. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to take a short little break. Oh yeah, I got a notification from Restream about 100 messages in chat today. Thank you. Later, Hunter. Catch you around. Oh, nose itches. Restream wants me to tweet about it, which I'm not gonna do. Oh, I need to pee. I want to listen to this one. This pad is really great, though. Just do a new one again. I have something in the works that's gonna hopefully get the ball rolling on getting some stuff released soon. So if you've been here, you've heard the songs maybe twice, a couple times already. But if not, then there's brand new stuff you've never heard before coming your way soon. Was it this one? Huh. Darn. Hoping y'all couldn't hear the click, but doesn't seem that way. Well, let's do it this way then. Whoops. Start over. Always messing it up. What's going on here? up, y'all? David Tavarish, Jakiro, welcome. Welcome. How was stream? How was the rest of stream? I was there for a little bit. Hey. What's up? What's up, Mile Mechanic? Yeah, we jamming. Get some food, David. Thank you for all your hard work. If you aren't already, go follow David Tavarish on Twitch to learn that good lefty shit. Go to church. That liberation theology, yo. So I gotta head out in a little while. Let me know if y'all want to just keep jamming or if we want to get into the South by stuff, because that could take a long time, but I could show you a little bit to give y'all a taste. What do y'all think? Sound off in the chat, or we can just keep doing this a little bit longer. Not that one. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. Play a banger while what I was thinking I would do is I would just go to my SoundCloud. Cut that garbage out. Okay, actually, no, we're going to save that because that was a little fun little vibe jam. But what I'll do is I'll put on some of my music on the SoundCloud, have that playing at a low volume in the background while I kind of do a little bit of React content because I know how much y'all love that. But what I will be reacting to today is some testimony that the festival South by Southwest, which happens every year in Austin, Texas, it's been happening since the 80s. It happens in the spring. It's a fun festival. It's an all right time. Went when I was younger. Oh yeah, about to get heated right now. I'm telling you what. But I mean, it's something that like what I went to when I was in bands when I was young and be, I want to be a part of this, and never really got a chance to at the time. But now that I'm older and I'm getting back into this professionally and I joined the union, it kind of came back around to where it turns out South by Southwest has not been paying musicians to play that festival hardly anything. It's either it was a $250 per band, or everybody gets a wristband to go to the festival, which was just like entry-level music festival access. It didn't happen. So South by Southwest is more than just music. They have like a film festival, and they also have like conferences where you can go see people talk about whatever nonsense. They have a sustainability conference now part of it also, but basically the part that anyone cares about, really, I mean, the film festival is whatever. I'm sure people care more about it, but like everyone comes for the music festival, and they get artists from all over the world, and yeah, they don't pay them diddly squat to play the festival. So the group UMAO, which is the United Musicians. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. Yeah, there it is. Okay, sweet. We're cooking now, chat. Anyway, so this other group, UMAO, they have started pushing back on them, and and our union started getting involved, and some of the independent musicians are the ones in our union, the local American Federation of Musicians 433. Always get those numbers mixed up, but yeah, so we've been pushing back. This first meeting, what we are going to be looking at right now is one of the representatives from South by Southwest testifying before the Parks Board. One of the ways that we are trying to get South by to listen to us is by going after some of their subsidies that they have with the city. And it's actually kind of worked already. They have raised the wage they raise it $100, or everybody gets a full festival access, which gets you backstage to places and official showcases and whatnot. So I think that might be enough background to kind of get you up to speed to what Homeboy is going to be talking about here.
I'm Michael Whalen on behalf of South by Southwest. I'm here with Michelle Flores, the Chief Logistics Officer who oversees all production for the entire event. South by Southwest has long been an industry event and showcasing opportunity for both up-and-coming and established artists to find new audiences and explore new business growth.
Okay, so what he means by that is it's like a trade show. Like you are going there, like if you, the most experience that I have with shows like this was the Mother Earth News Fair, which is like everyone sets up a booth and you come and you talk to like different farmers or farm implement stuff. That's what they're saying South by is.
South by Southwest is proud of the community and environment that it establishes for musicians and industry representatives to mix and learn from one another.
Mixing!
Each year, South by Southwest receives over 7,000 applications to participate from musicians, and last year, approximately 1,500 bands were selected to participate. Although no one has to attend South by Southwest or participate in the voluntary application process, the opportunity is there.
It's a job, right? Like, it's a job. Like, what the fuck? It's like every job is quote-unquote voluntary. It's just more of that, like, hyper-libertarianism where, like, oh, if you don't like this job, just, like, go apply somewhere else. But there's an application fee for musicians to perform. So now where the wage isn't even $150, it's $100, and this is per band. Keep in mind, every time I say $100, $150, any money is literally per band. So that's like, if you have a 4-piece band, you have to split that $100 for your performance 4 ways between people. And so you're going to hear him say in a little bit that this is why 90% of people take the badges.
Those who want to be a part of the event. Please keep in mind that South by Southwest's purpose is to help creative people achieve their goals. As an industry event,
Money, dude. That's what money does for us, man. Helps us achieve our goals. Fucking pay us.
The focus is on career development.
Anyone else get paid to develop their career or not get paid to develop their career? Fuck that shit, bro.
Showcasing at South by Southwest provides indispensable networking, mentoring, and professional opportunity.
Every show is networking and mentoring, bro.
That consumer-focused festivals like Lollapalooza do not offer.
See, this is just what's crazy is like you have to choose either to get, and keep in mind at this point now in 2024, you're going to get a festival, full access to the festival. When you play Lollapalooza, when you play any of the other festivals that they mentioned, you already get that as part of your package, your full compensation package, which includes a wage for playing the festival.
Developing acts attend South by Southwest and intend to use it as a springboard to help them get to the next level.
Fucking springboard?
Their career. Established acts participate in order to take advantage of the global music industry and media presence who are in attendance.
Yeah, it really is a lot like the internships and stuff like that. It does happen in other industries for sure. But like the wristbands are like thousands of dollars. There's a meme about Dana White, UFC Prez, regarding fighter pay along the lines of it's not a job, it's an opportunity. Oh, dude, talk about an industry that needs to unionize. Are the any of the fighting professions? Totally. I mean, just like. I mean, and I think like where it starts to become a little bit more apparent is like when the WWE wrestlers and professional wrestling, you know, as like the athletic performance of professional wrestling, you know, they also need to unionize. And but like it almost makes sense for them to be in like SAG, you know, who, you know, Solidarity just strike today, yeah. But it's very similar. The music industry, and especially this festival in particular. Yeah, they don't have them in fighting sports, but yeah, the basketball, football, I'm not an expert actually, but I know like a lot of those team sports, they have unions, and they've done really amazing things for the league, and obviously, but the league is still profitable and all that other shite.
Typically,
so South by can definitely pay their workers. Oops.
New project or album. The overwhelming majority of musicians who participate, approximately 90%, select the artist registration package, which consists of an artist credential for each performing member of a group. For 2020.
Okay, so you get to pick $25 for performing, because, you know, you're in a 4-piece band, or a badge. No shit, dude. Duh. Which option is better? $25? Like, you got to understand that, like, this not just people in Austin playing this. Like, that might be fine or whatever if you were playing in Austin. But if you lived in Austin, but that's like barely enough to buy food that night downtown. If you got to pay for parking, which has happened at these venues, and like, yeah, but like if these were on a union contract, you as a musician can get paid for cartage. You can say that I'm not going to play. You're not going to agree to this contract unless you get parking paid for, all this other kind of stuff. Yeah, the blacklisting stuff is really messed up, and that's how they keep control. And hopefully, I think now, really honestly though, with the internet, especially professional wrestling, as opposed to like outside of like MMA, you know, UFC, the big promotion like that, yeah, you can probably the opportunity to unionize is probably a little less. No, I got off track. What I was gonna say is that those smaller pro wrestlers, and even some of the smaller fighters and whatnot, they can all, they should all look into forming co-ops and doing their like promoting and all that stuff in a cooperative manner. I think that would be a really cool way to kind of sidestep some of these bigger promoters. And I've talked to some musicians about trying to set a co-op up that kind of does something similar, as far as like promoting records and but you know, that's like kind of in the works or whatever.
For South by Southwest is expanding the access of the artist credential to include all the benefits of a music badge valued at.
So there's them admitting that, like, oh yeah, we could have given you more company script all along.
Between $995, plus artist-only benefits such as one-on-one mentor sessions, more of which are being added. This credential is not sold and is only for official performers.
Okay, so it's hard to kind of understand how crazy it is for them to be like, we're going to just add more things to this, because like South by Southwest takes over downtown Austin. It dominates it. And I'm talking about like they take over venues that normally would be like open to the public and make them official South by Southwest showcase venues, and they're going to be filled with festival patrons and stuff like that. And actually, get this, the way they do that is they pay the venues for that. So they're paying the venues. This is what makes it so expensive. It's ridiculous. But like, it dominates the whole city, because like a 3-week conference with the 1-week music festival. And yeah, $1,000 per music badge. And that's like the bottom level. And he said there's going to be a special one for artists. And that's so artists couldn't sell that to other people. But yes, and I will get to that a little bit later if we have time for it. I want to get to the second testimony that they've given the city about this, and then that's when they talk about struggling through COVID. And I have definitely more to say about that.
Alternatively, acts can opt for a payment of $350. Solo artists can opt for $150. This option is meant for acts who are passing through town and are not in Austin long enough to take advantage of the career opportunities.
Yeah, so that's not enough to fucking pay for your hotel if you're on tour and the gas to get to the next town. So it's basically just like fuck you money. Like, and not in the good way, fuck you money.
The typical showcase performance is 40 minutes in length. South by South.
That's so normal. It's like literally 10 minutes less than a normal 50-minute set. Like, that's such bullshit, dude. You don't play very long. Well, fuck you. You know how long it takes to prepare for a 40-minute set? Fucking asshole, dude.
Is also working with Health Alliance for Austin Musicians, HAM, to provide showcase applications to HAM members at no charge. So
what HAM is an organization. And yeah, it's fuck off money. HAM is an organization in Austin that helps musicians get health care and whatever. That's a different discussion about the pros and cons of an organization like that. You know, good for them. But like, so what he's saying right there is that they're going to use, HAM is going to get application fees waived for Austin musicians. So that's still literally anyone else who is not living in the Austin area. I don't even actually think I qualify for HAM because I live a little bit outside of the Austin area, just outside their radius. Maybe I need to look into it. Maybe that actually could help me. But still, if you lived in Houston, if you were an artist from Houston, you don't get this. You have to pay you have to pay the application fee. And they don't have application fees for any other job that they have at South by, and they have other paid positions that they have openings for. So hey, if you want to be a fucking what do they call that when you get in there as a secret and you know what I'm talking about, y'all labor folks out there, salting. Whoever wants to go salt South by Southwest, they have applications open for administrative positions. You could be a spy for me. You could be like a fucking secret agent, bro. I bet they do a lot of remote work too. So if anybody's out there who needs a job, you know, maybe.
Over 20% of the bands that are showcased at South by Southwest are from the Central Texas region. I want to conclude by thanking all.
So he basically just admits right there that only 80% of the people who apply for the festival are still going to have to pay for the festival fee.
Stakeholders who provided feedback during and after the 2023 festival. We hope that the additions to the 2024 artist credential will expand further musicians' opportunities for career enhancement. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Whalen, we have a board member who has a question.
I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Whalen.
Ideas.
Can you explain the benefits, again, to the musicians for receiving the badge?
Sure. Previously, the credential had them with the general.
This is what I made that TikTok out of.
Group. It now will be a full music badge. Gives them access to all the events that.
I guess what I'm getting at is how does that help the career of the musician?
Oh, right. So in addition to getting access to hear other bands and maybe get new ideas.
High level ideas, bro. I'm in full fucking recovery mode.
In addition, they have the mentor one-on-one sessions with industry representatives. They have also added events. There's an I wish events, dude. There's more events, dude. That just trust me when I say that is the last thing South by needs is like more things for people to attend, because it's like the kind of thing that you could literally never hope to see everything. Like if you even tried, you would go fucking insane. You just can't do it. It's just like literally every club. And then there's unofficial South by stuff going on. So like everybody responds to like all these people coming in to the town to attend the festival by like putting on special events that are like mimicking South by. So South by comes in and they just take over. They monopolize the music labor market for almost a whole month. And then they don't pay people shit. And that fucking destroys the labor market for the rest of the year, because it's like y'all happily played, people came and happily played for literally nothing, because like he said, 90% of people take festival access, which is nothing. Like, so literally people are paying out of pocket to just a fucking spring break party, but people are working at it. It's fucking ridiculous. This lounge, you can meet other artists, get other ideas.
Ideas.
I mean, we're trying to create a milieu, a community during the festival,
we're
so that
family.
Artists can, really make a decision. Is my career, am I doing the right thing, or do I need to go back to medical school, or whatever it is? I mean, I think the opportunity here is to
go back to school, man. Like, I don't got fucking student debt already. Like, fuck you, dude. Like, go to medical school, right? Right, biomechanic. Just go to medical school. That's like an option. Just like, oh yeah, that's a real accessible thing. That's not going to totally like change the course of your life and require a huge commitment, and just go back to medical school. There were people who testified later, because I'm not going to show everyone's testimony tonight, because I mean, it's a long meeting and whatever. But like, there were people who literally were PhDs in like music performance and whatnot, testifying that night against South by. So it just like the fact that he signed up to go first was just like a godsend to us, before talking to the board, because
is to give artists and musicians the opportunity to participate in this milieu, in this community, and get feedback. The other thing is, obviously, we have the mentoring opportunities,
which you already said.
They do have an artist village and artist lounge for meals, drinks.
Oh, okay. So one of my friends that came and testified, she was telling me that they went by the artist lounge, and it was literally like a fucking dirt lot. There were empty kegs, so whoever was there, they finished the kegs and then fucking bounced. There was just like a couple porta potties and like I think maybe a tent, and that was it. That was the artist lounge that he was talking about. for the 2023 festival, this past year?
Again, an opportunity to socialize with other industry folks and artists.
You do that at literally every show you play at. It's not a unique thing, dude. Yes, it's exactly the same thing, and that's what I hope people can start to recognize as they come in, and maybe interact with this. Is like, this stuff happens in your industry, and these exact same tactics keep you from having more money, better benefits, more time off, like all of that stuff. And the way that you get it, though, is when you organize with your coworkers. That's how you get it, and that's how you take it away from them, because they have the power. That motherfucker right there, he's got power. He represents power, and we have to take it from him.
Part of the effort here.
Thank you.
I have a question. Can you comment on the rationale behind the $350 for a band, $150 for a solo artist? How did you come to that number?
They basically took feedback from some industry analysis that they did independently to figure out what made sense on a 40-minute show and what artists were being paid.
Who's they?
Okay, so one thing to point out that will kind of help make this discussion make a little more sense is like when an entity like South by hires a band, they're contracting a unit, like a business unit essentially, and sometimes that's a more cooperative structure than others. And so kind of what they're assuming is that the band is equally shares in that that $250 that it is now split 4 ways equally. Whereas like that's not always the case. Where sometimes someone plays in multiple bands and they played, like for example, someone who's organizing with us plays in drums in multiple bands. And they played multiple shows at South by in different showcases and in different units, but like they don't get a choice whether the band, the entity that that represents everybody in the 4-piece, they don't get a say in that, and there's no way to like some people can get a wristband and some people can get paid. There's no way to do that in this arrangement. It's all or nothing. You get one or the other. So that's another reason why people just choose the badges, because everybody can at least get something, that makes sense.
South by Southwest. Oh. So I mean, it's just from the feedback, and also I think one thing that's been healthy is I think there'll be some mindfulness to be sure that we're actively seeking, as they do every year with surveys to all participants of South by, but continue to receive and seek out feedback.
The industry studies, where did those come from, or you don't know?
Yes, I do. 1 second.
Da 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 da. He never finds it. He just trailed off, and then he never answers the fucking question. Just searches through his notes like a fucking bitch. Wasting our fucking time, bro. Come on.
I'll go back and get it and come back up.
And the band, it's like if it's an act has 2 people or 10 people, they still get $350.
Correct. That's right. Remember, 90% of them take the artist credential. I mean, they're coming here, to participate in that community of, possible career opportunity.
See, and that's why, yeah, Mayo, definitely you got it. That's why that's why the nurses they just went on a strike. They had a 1-day strike, and in Austin at the Seton Ascension Hospital, they locked him out. for 3 days, and it cost them a fuck ton of money, fuck ton more money than if they just hired more staffing like the nurses had in their demands, you know. And so it's just like it's a fight every time, and they do those kinds of things to just placate you and to to kick the can down the line. Their favorite tactic is stall, because if they can stall long enough, sometimes everybody gives up.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Bye, bitch. Okay, so that's one South by rep. Time is it? We can do this other one.
Should we get the public communication in before? Can I move on that? Thank you. All in favor? Yeah.
Oh, I need to do some more research into some stuff, but this lady.
Should we get the public communication in before? Can I?
There will be more talking about this lady
All in
because
favor?
it represents a charity in Austin, and she gave testimony against us. Okay, so now I'll bring you up to speed. We won. They voted. The Parks Board voted to pass their recommendation on to the City Council, which is a recommendation that some subsidies be removed from South by if they don't raise the wages for the workers. The music commission, a music commissioner decided they wanted to make the exact same recommendation to the city council. So hopefully when it goes up into city council, the city council, Austin City Council, can just deal with the issue then. But this lady spoke against us, and it was very interesting. And she spoke on behalf of the charity that she is the chair of on their board. And she basically was like, if you do this to South by, it'll impact our budgets because we receive similar subsidies. But the whole point of why we are talking about South by's subsidies is because they're underpaying musicians. So that would mean it would only impact their budgets if they're underpaying musicians, which it seemed like she was admitting to that they were doing, because they would taking away those subsidies or paying musicians. It was kind of unclear which one was which would hurt their budgets and make them unable to operate. And it was really suspicious because the charity represents and supposedly supports like minority musicians, black and brown and indigenous and women and trans and gay and you name it. If you're in a protected category, they're supposed to be helping. And it just seemed really, really suspect and disingenuous that you'd be not including fair pay and all that. So I don't know. It just, yeah, that's frustrating. Anyway, so now we're at the Music Commission, and there's a lot of fun to be had at that night too. And these were long meetings, y'all. It's really annoying how long these are, but it's important. This one was seriously 3 hours of talking about this shit. But it's mostly because we were there testifying. We had a bunch of people there testifying in our favor. And I totally realized I forgot to put music on.
Numerous stories every...
Oh, well.
All right, I'll live.
Michelle Flores, I'm the Chief Logistics Officer.
Okay. Now we're at the other... This is the person that was with Waylon last time. But now she's testifying instead of him.
South by Southwest. I'd like to thank everybody and the Austin Music Commission for having us here to speak. We recognize that the artist credentialing and payment is something we should have addressed earlier.
Boom! They admit culpability. We all have it there, folks. You see it right there on screen, right in front of you. You heard it with your own ears. If you read it with your eyes, if you're watching the subtitles, They admit it. They admit it. They're underpaying, and it's something that they should have addressed a long time ago. They're so sorry. Please don't take away. And like, honestly, y'all, the subsidies are really not make or break for them. It's wild how much they're like, they don't just say fuck it and like just pay it. Like, it's seriously, it's pretty funny.
Since COVID, we've been working to adjust some of our policies. In many ways, South by Southwest faces a lot of the same issues that everybody in this room does. The Austin landscape, venues closing.
Dude, when I say pocket change to them, like, just, okay, because, you know, she's talking about COVID right now. So keep that in mind. She's talking about COVID right now and how it affected South by. She's a South by, $1 million company still South by. How it affected them for 2 years. You know what they did? You know what they did, y'all? $7 million in fucking PPP loans over 2 years. Forgiven, dude. Go back to school, they said. Dude, I mean, I seriously should have done it, dude. I should have said I needed fucking $100,000. I was fucking $250,000, dude. Who knows? They didn't look. It didn't matter. Disgusting, dude. And then they have the fucking balls to fucking get up there and fucking say this shit,
and et cetera. And I think we should be working together to preserve the Austin music landscape.
They, like I said, they monopolize the fucking whole music labor force. And they bring in people. They fucking took our jobs, dude, for that whole fucking month.
We are dismayed by the amount of misinformation we see on social media.
You saw the PPP loan. That's the fucking... right there, dude. I am not at this meeting, but I'm working on how to do the best way to do that. But I don't want to like talk about that right now. So this is kind of an ongoing thing. But I will make sure that this gets brought up, and my goal is to not have it be brought up in a testimony, but like have South by have to respond to it somehow. That's the goal. That's what I'm trying to work on right now. Because it's like, but I mean, yeah, you feel me.
Around and in the press about the income and comparing it to our economic impact that we provide for the...
Something does get brought up later, and I think I'll leave it for then, because keep the PPPs in mind for later.
Of Austin versus what actually the South by South revenue is. Our event benefits many local hotels, restaurants, bars, venues, along with entertainment-related business groups as well.
Who many of them also did PPP loans, but I cannot go through all of the different venues in Austin right now and check their PPPs. There's 300 or something like that.
We would also like to address the narrative that we have unlimited funds. We accepted a lifeline of investment in 2021, which saved...
So she's hinting at it right there, but that's not the PPP loans. That's not the it might be, actually. Now that I think about it, it could be.
Business. It also saved...
But it's not the end of it.
...of our local staff, and it also has given us a chance to stay here, because for 2 years, we didn't have a South by Southwest. That...
You know who else wasn't working for those 2 years? When everything was shut down and like nobody was going to bars or concerts or anything. Who could not be working during that time? Who could you possibly be talking about in that fucking time that also didn't work. But, you know, think about the people who sell tickets for $1,000 for $1,000
Being said,
ticket.
fair pay is something that's extremely
Baseline.
important, and there are valuable discussions happening across the number of industries. It's
Like the Writers Guild and SAG-AFTRA. Yo! What?
important to understand that South by Southwest is a professional event and offers artists something that consumer festivals don't.
Money! Ha ha ha! Oh! They don't offer them money.
Artists performing, and South by has always been a choice for people. It is a voluntary application, and it is a voluntary acceptance.
They don't force you at gunpoint. South by's not going around here with their fucking 6-shooter saying, you better play our festival, you stupid musician. I'm gonna kill you. What the fuck, dude? Seriously, are you... Yeah, no shit, no one's forcing you to fucking play. Many people choose not to play. Many people who have played in the past, and people did testify to this later, chose not to play in the future because it was shitty, and they won't play again because it was shitty, and they didn't get paid and all this shit. So, like,
anybody
just
do anything they don't want to do. Don't say that playing is just for exposure. We look at it as South by Southwest as career development, which is a reason that creates...
How is that different than exposure? Can someone sound off in chat how that's different than exposure, please?
Professionals from all walks of life participate at South by Southwest. While others may be content that all that matters is the payment, we hear numerous stories every year about the connections that people have made and real career development and future opportunities.
And then why aren't they testifying at any of these fucking meetings about this shit? Because the only people that are saying it's awesome are like the South by people.
Showcasing artists say that the most valuable part of their experience was networking with the music industry, press, and also inspiration of seeing and meeting many other artists, scholars, panels from across the world that they would have never seen anywhere else. For 2024, we've made the following changes. We've greatly expanded the artist credential to where it is equivalent to a music badge, which is at a value of $995. Plus, the artist-only benefits, which includes special hotel blocks, complimentary meals, drinks.
So you still got to pay for your hotel that you aren't getting any money for. And someone who testifies later, they testify about the stuff that another festival is doing for them later this summer, paying for their flight to get out there. So transportation, paying for their lodging, food, like a wage. Like it's like they're acting like what people are asking for in this case is like outrageous or something extreme, but like it's just normal. And like what they're doing is egregious.
15 and exclusive artist services. For fewer than 10% of people that have accepted the payment, we've increased that to $350 for band and $150 for solo performers. The average set is 30 to 40 minutes for the session, for the performances that they do. It is not 2 45-minute sessions a night. It is just a small amount of time to get on the power of the platform. So,
that is if you're only in one project. If you're in multiple projects, you might play a couple times in a night.
Being said, I open up any questions or discussions that anybody might have.
I thank you for coming before the commission. I have a question. Dolly Parton played during South by. She was an official showcasing artist. Do you know if she took the $350 or did she take the wristband?
Dolly Parton was it was a private performance.
It was a private performance.
It was private performance that was paid not by South by, that was paid by somebody else. But what they gave us was the ability that we could allow our badge holders and the artists, anybody who wanted to attend. We see that a lot. That happens where there's private events that are part.
Right? Isn't that fucking wild? So, no, obviously, no, they didn't take the, she didn't get paid in a badge. Are you kidding me? Someone else paid her, you know? Like, that's what she fucking says. I'm glad you caught that, Grave.
Of the South by community that we make official, and those are paid through whatever other group that is happening.
So, no, they did not take the badge. No, they got a badge and they got paid. That's what the fucking answer is.
So she was an official showcasing artist that had a private gig.
For the event, yes.
Are there any local artists that you know of that are part of an official showcase but also get a private gig?
I think there are many of them that are also get session musician gigs that have a lot of other parts and experiences they get in those 5 days that they're part of it.
Is it possible that we could see a list of those people?
I could probably provide it for you later.
That would be.
Doubt that.
Thank you so much.
A lot of them don't tell us who they get, but a lot of them do.
Yeah, see what I say? They don't have it.
Tell us like
a lot of them don't, but a lot of them do.
A great gig, and I'm gonna go play at Stubbs with X, Y, and Z. So yeah.
I just want y'all to know that y'all are paying closer attention to this than a lot of people. Like, there's more people watching this right now than there were people that weren't a part of the meeting. So thank you for paying attention.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then someone leaves. I noticed the number go down.
I'm loath to discuss this fact with most people that I play music for a living.
Oh, okay. This guy is awesome. This guy, he's just one of my favorite people of all time.
It's not that long of a time to play. I enjoyed talking with these people earlier. They've changed my mind a little bit about how I felt about this. But I play personally 3 hours almost every time I play for less money than that.
I assume less than $150. See, this is why I don't feel like this guy does not play music for a living. Like, he plays music for fun, but that's not what he fucking is paying his bills with. That's not what keeps a roof over his head. There's just no way. Or else he'd, kind of maybe have a problem here with how this is operating. Or maybe he's got fucking good royalties, or maybe, I don't know, but someone tells me not making a living off of $250 per show for 3 hours. So long.
I just feel like this is just a weird discussion to have. Musicians should be paid fairly, but I don't understand the vitriol.
I don't understand the vitriol. And then, okay. Please pay attention to his fucking body language when he fucking turns the microphone off, dude. He's so petty, dude. He's such a little baby.
But I play personally 3 hours almost every time I play for less money than that. I just feel like this is just a weird discussion to have. Musicians should be paid fairly.
Okay, watch him. Watch him turn the microphone off.
I don't understand the vitriol. I'm going to end that.
Fuck this shit. Fucking.
Yes.
Okay,
no question. He just fucking needed to fucking pop off.
The Statesman, I believe it was Sunday's paper, where it said that 350 and 150, or either that or getting the passes.
The credential.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the possibilities of the musicians that come in? Because, if you have a 5-piece group, 6-piece group, 350, they can't hardly buy meals here during that time. What are the possibilities?
This guy he was struggling to get it, but I think that worked in our favor. That it was like confusing, like about the badges versus the pay and what was which and how that all worked. So.
He's granting all these musicians passes.
Look, you can see him in the background here. Like, look at him. He's so mad, dude. Oh, he's so mad.
For the total event of South by Southwest.
Well, we give him the option.
No,
And
I'm
the
saying-
option is that they choose to do that because we have like several different, the ones that choose it just decide because they don't get the opportunity to do all of it. But 90% decide to pick the badge option. I mean, that is a huge amount that decide to pick the badge option to go for all of the stuff that they can participate in.
Okay, the South by lose money by granting these, the musicians that plus the financial,
See, he doesn't get it. He still thinks you get both.
that they're gonna get.
It takes a lot to produce the shows that we do in all of it. And I understand.
So, okay, they also, not only do they not pay the musicians where, that's where a huge cost of putting on concerts comes from, is paying the bands to be there, so people come to the fucking thing. Yes, badge is like script, and you are spelling it correctly. Yeah, and that's what I've been saying, and that's what I've started saying. And I say it at this meeting later.
And that everybody is very concerned, like, again, they think that we've came in and we're just like this big, but we are a small company that started with.
We're just a tiny little good baby company who got a $7 million PPP loan.
And we made it worldwide, across the world. We've given everybody a platform, again, from scholars to startups, to musicians, to filmmakers, and we're glad and we're happy. And I'm from Austin, and I remember going to the first one and getting my wristband, and then I ran for 15 years direct events, so I did La Zona Rosa, the music hall, the backyard, and
Yeah, small.
tones. So I've been doing South by probably 30-something, probably 35 years, 37 years that it's been here. So I get the, I wish that we had all the giant funds to make sure that everybody was whole and peaceful, but it
whole and peaceful.
It's a lot to produce all of the shows that we have.
So, I don't even actually remember I finished this thought earlier. They have volunteers do a fuck ton at this event, dude. Like stage managing, security, all like checking badges and lists and all that. Dude, so many volunteers do this festival too. Take photos. I had a friend who was like, who commented on one of my posts. He's like, I apply every year to do the South by Southwest photo, and they never accept me. And I'm like, dude, just stop, because they do not care about you, and they're just ripping you off.
And we can't, it is still a business.
I've spoken.
It's still a business. We can't just give our money away to the people who make you the money. That's the thing, dude, and that's why it's always. This is the worker thing. This is capitalism. Is they pay you as little as they can because your labor provides whatever you're doing, whether you're making something from a raw material or you're performing a song on stage or you're performing a service in the medical industry. You're doing that work is what is the value, and it provides something useful to somebody. Other than that, and they take that. They give you a tiny little bit of what that generates back to you. Preach. Read Capital, motherfucker. That's fucking communism, dude. That's like communism 101, bro. Preach. Mayo's my brother, so that's why I'm giving him such a really hard time. Anyone else? There's probably some other people in this chat who get it, because I know where they came from and they stuck around from. But preach. This is why you gotta just listen to me instead of giving me shit, dog, at fucking Thanksgiving and shit. Oh, dude, I can't wait for vacation, man. It's gonna be so nice.
In the past, and they said, man, I'd love to go to those programs that they have, but I can't afford it with what they pay. And I'm just thinking, first, I mean, I understand, it's an opportunity to play or to perform during South by, and South by is important to the city. I'm gonna say that.
Yeah, I have played some audiobooks on stream. You can go back and check the VODs. There's on the YouTube. I need to actually, I don't know. YouTube YouTube is fucky, man. I don't like it. But yeah, you can at least listen to first 3 chapters on the YouTube right now with some music that I made behind it.
And but for them to have this other incentive, because many come from out of town, you know, right now, fuel prices, motel prices, meal prices. I mean, I want to have breakfast with my wife, and it was $57. So, I mean, is that, would South by even consider that to provide the bands, you know, passes to these events?
Currently, no. What we're doing for the following year, this is what we have in place. We are open for discussion for anything after we get through an.
We're open for talks. Well, okay, yeah, let's, talk with the union. Let's do this. Let's really do that. Let's make it legal. Let's make it good. Set an example for the industry, South by. Be a leader.
You have to understand, we weren't here for 2 years.
Neither were any of the musicians.
We all crossed our fingers and said a prayer to make sure that we were all of us were here.
No, the musicians didn't get PPP loans. They got $1,200 from Trump and Joe Biden, who fucked us over on that shit too. Fuck that asshole.
Effectively. 23, we finally got our kind of feet back on the ground. And so now, again, we know that we needed time to look over it and see what we've done from 10 years ago when we last made the change. I would love the open communication with every part of the group, from local businesses, artists.
Which asshole? I don't know. There's a lot of them. Which asshole are you talking about?
Everybody around to figure out what the best thing to do so all of us could survive.
I have another question. Yes. The parent company of South by.
Oh, Biden. Yeah, Biden. Trump's an asshole too. But he gave us more money at least. I mean, hey, let's put it this way. I appreciate the NLRB being what it is, but everything could be a million times better. And even the personal benefits that I've gotten because I'm a union member and have a pension, I actually got some of that IRA because it's a multi-employer pension plan, and those were struggling pre the Inflation Reduction Act. And so even though I received benefit from Biden's presidency, like, I can understand there's a hell of a lot of valid criticism for him. And I think one of the quickest domestic ones, besides the border, which is kind of like foreign policy-ish, it's student loans. I mean, and fucking healthcare. I mean, straight up, he's a fucking garbage president. And let's just hope, I don't know, Trump is, I think, a worse president in a lot of ways too. So I don't know, let's hope for civil war that results in communist revolution, right, guys? Right, y'all?
West is what is that?
PMC?
It's
Penske.
Penske. And how much?
Wait,
worth?
who is that? Penske?
I have no idea. I don't do their books.
It's $3.6 billion.
Oh, that's right. South by Southwest was purchased by a private corporation it's not publicly traded at all. So it's truly private, or very exclusively private. There's no information really about it, but they own the Penske Media Group, which owns like the Rolling Stone magazine and kind of things like that. So they are now South by Southwest partner in business. And obviously you buy a business maybe when it's, a little bit cheaper because if they've been struggling because of the pandemic and they haven't been able to make revenue. But it's a profitable business, especially it's a profitable brand, and it like fits in with your whole thing that you're trying to do as far as like be a multi-billion-dollar media company.
That's great. They
So-
only gave us a lifeline. They didn't, you know.
I understand. I understand.
They gave us a lifeline. So is that in addition to the 7 million PPP, right?
Part of the alumni I'm seeing right here is, one of them is Shawn Mendes. Did he have a private gig with South by Southwest last year?
I don't think so.
Was he paid $250 or did he take the wristband? Do you know?
I don't know if I don't think Shawn Mendes paid, so I'm not sure.
You don't think he was paid, or?
No, I don't know of him playing
It says he did in 2022 is the.
in 2022. Yeah, well, I don't know where he played. He played the Billboard shows, so those were a private, another separate thing that we did. Actually, that part was consumer.
Okay. What about Beck in 2020?
Okay, so she just said it right there. That part was consumer. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? How can this be a non-consumer driven festival, but some parts are, and like musicians are a part of all of it, but they get treated like it's not? Like, oh my God. You can just see how this fucking convoluted corporate speak. Just anything to fucking get people off their back. Yeah, well, how much is she making right now to be representing South by? Like, that's the one thing that like really blows my mind, and why it doesn't make more sense to these. I mean, obviously politicians, we can go on a tangent on critiquing them, but like, how do they not understand that like we are all there testifying at we could probably look it up, at least what they're hiring for. Oh. Client event manager. They don't have it listed. Or at least I don't see it at a quick glance. Anyway, if y'all are interested in salting, you should apply. It's not there. It doesn't look like the salaries are listed. But it's more than the musicians are making, that's for sure. Yeah, maybe less than 150, but it's probably in the six figures if she's a chief logistics officer. She's not like a lowdown.
Did he, do you know if he...
Beck did it so we can do we had the LGBT, and it was going for the transgender community.
Sure.
Okay, y'all, we gotta run that back. We gotta run that fucking back, dude. What the fuck did she say, dude?
Did he...
Okay, talking about, I think Beck.
In 2022, yeah. Well, I don't know where he played. He played the Billboard shows, so those were a private, another separate thing that we did. Actually, that part was consumer.
Okay. What about Beck in 2022? Did he, do you know if he...
Beck did it so we can do we had the LGBT, and it was going for...
They had the LGBT, y'all! They had the LGBT! They gone woke!
For the transgender community.
It was for the transgender community.
That part was consumer.
Okay. What about Beck in 2022? Did he, do you know if he...
Beck did it so we can do we had the LGBT, and it was going for the transgender community.
Sure.
I know, right? She forgot about the queers, man. They're gonna be so mad.
So a lot of stuff that we do for part of it for...
Yeah, for them. Ew.
Benefit process.
There we go.
Did he, do you know if he...
Beck did it so we can do we had the LGBT, and it was going for the transgender community.
Sure.
So a lot of stuff that we do for part of it for benefit.
Oh my god. For the LGBT. Like, obviously trans rights are human rights, and we love our gay, lesbian, bi, pansexual brothers and sisters and non-binary siblings. Like, solidarity, you have my full 100% support. But like, that's so insincere. Like, it just sounds fake because she can't even put together a coherent sentence about it. Like, she is so like not ready to answer that question. It's so bad.
That's really great. Was he paid for that show?
I don't remember, to be quite honest. I don't do that part of it.
Okay.
I work with all the streets, the parks, and everything else.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why she's talking, because she's the one who is in charge of these park subsidies. That's why she's having to save her ass right now.
But I do believe he waived his fee that went to, if I'm thinking.
Okay, this is so awesome.
And I can definitely get you that information. Waived his fee because it went to the charity instead.
Okay.
So, but yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a very noble gesture of him if he was indeed.
Oh no, Tay, did I misspell it? Because I put on these labels and I'm bad at spelling. Or
contracted to pay him, and he waived his fee. He had the option of doing that. That's good. Do you think that it would be worth for other people to get in a van and drive, halfway across the country for $250? Do you think that would be worth it?
Clip it.
It just depends. It depends what you want to do in life.
I'm just
depends on what you want to do. Well, we want to be musicians, obviously.
If you would think it'd be worth it personally.
Personally, I've kind of done that to drive to other festivals, and
she's basically doing the whole, well, if you want to be a musician, you should just be homeless until you make it. Because that's what essentially, when people say live in the van, that's like what they're telling people to do is like, in order for you to work this job, in order to like tour around and potentially make some money, you have to cut your standard of living down to, not even having a bed to sleep in order to like make it even the remotest possibility of it being possible. I mean, that's why I decided to try and do this Twitch route, because at least I can book shows and interact with people and like on the side thing, and like have this be a regular thing that I can do all the time and not have to be in the tour struggle, because of people like her who defend this shit. She's not obviously signing the checks, or doesn't sound like she's the one who's like responsible for doing that, but
various cities myself, so I've shared hotel rooms with several people, so we
DaVinci Resolve doesn't have spell check, okay? They need to have the little red line go across so I know. Well, yeah, definitely still high up, because she's here because they're trying to take, it's like $25,000 worth of subsidies that South by gets. So it's like totally something that they could just be like, you know what, fuck all y'all, and staying the way it is. Here's the money. Like, it's so petty, really. But I'm here for the fight. I'm enjoying that part
of certain things. So, yeah, I mean, in my mind.
Let me ask you this. If it was your livelihood on the line, do you think that driving across the country for $250 to play a showcase,
if it gave me exposure and it gave me a platform and it gave me an ability to network and meet other people in my community to understand, I would. For giving you that chance.
Same, Tay.
Thank you, Commissioner Strickland. Hi, Michelle. The Vic Matthias show has come into discussions a lot of times. My understanding is this is a free to public show that South by Southwest puts up, but if you could just throw some light on the two aspects. One is the nature of the shows at Vic Matthias, and also the fee waivers that have been in conversations, if you could.
So Vic Matthias Shores is what they call auditorium shores. It's another name for it. It's right there on Lady Bird Lake or Lake LBJ. I don't know what they call it. Or I think it's Lady Bird Lake, Lake Austin. I don't know, it's a dammed up part of the Colorado River right in the middle of town, and that's what they're talking about.
Throw some more light on,
Yeah.
on all of those
So
two
over-
aspects, really. Thank you.
Absolutely. So over the years, we've done shows at Vic Mathias Shores, Auditorium Shores, if you've been here long. And one thing that we did with the city is for all the parks, we pay for it, except for that one, because we do it where that one is the community concert. We do that where it's not a badge required. Anybody can come. It's open to the public. So the city made a deal.
So that means we can pay all the musicians a part of all the festival nothing.
Us and said, we'll waive that fee. But every other park that we get for the city, we pay everything for it. So there's nothing that we don't pay for, from Waterloo Greenway to Brush Square Park to all around, everything else we pay for. The only situation was for that one, because we do open it to the public, so we give something to the community, they give us a fee waiver on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Rosenthal?
Yeah, do you know how much these artists at the Mathias Shores were compensated? Were they all given?
It was the same situation. They were either paid the $250 or they go for the badge. We did have one, what was it, the year that we did Garth Brooks, and that one was considered part of a sponsor activation.
So the sponsor paid Garth Brooks more money to play the show, because Garth Brooks wouldn't do the show unless he got more money. That's what she's saying.
It was still open to the public and everybody could come, whether you had a badge or not.
Man, they're so slimy the way they do that. Like they're like, I mean, it's lawyer speak, you know, and that's what they're coached to do. But it's like, she's saying no, but like, she dances around it, you know?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Commissioner Davila?
Are the badges provided for every musician in the band, or only
See, this poor guy, he doesn't get it.
a few?
If that's what they choose to do, they get the badge plus all the perks.
Okay.
So in his mind right now, hopefully it kind of comes out later, but in his mind right now, it's like the badges and perks, but the perks are included with the badge, but she made it seem like there was a stacking of things right there. Fucking Weasley little liar, dude!
Thank you. Any other questions for Michelle? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll request Jeffrey Olson from AFM Local 433 to please speak.
Yes, totally. They would have charged for it. And that's what other festivals do when they play at Auditorium Shores. Is like the ACL Music Festival. It's another big one that kind of it's a big festival. It's very popular, but it doesn't take over every single venue in the entire town. That's what South by does. Is it like takes over almost every single venue. And if you're not a South by venue, you're probably putting on, like as a business owner, you're probably putting on some sort of unofficial South by showcase, because that's how many people come into town. And the reason why Austin loves South by is because that is a huge influx of tax revenue through the hotel and occupancy taxes. And that's why in my testimony, and every time I talk about this to them, I talk about how like that's all wonderful and good and necessary, but it can't, like musicians, it can't be exploited to make all of that revenue. Like that's just like exploitation to like the nth degree. Like it's crazy to have that, you know, like be the situation. It's just totally unsustainable. That's a big, sustainable wage. So we push a lot, and like opening up like a legit negotiating process. There's one more thing though I want to show y'all because I gotta bounce out of here. Maybe some other time, if y'all are up for it, we could go over some of the testimony that some of the artists give, because I'd love to kind of have y'all hear their voices. To So, you know, sound off if that's something you'd be interested in. We could show. But I want to show you this one interaction that happened because it was really interesting. And it totally derailed the whole rest of the meeting and made it like they had to push the rest of their agenda off into the next month. And eventually this, you know, item also, the vote on it got moved to next month. And so there's going to be a whole nother period of testimony. There's going to be a whole nother public comment and testimony on this issue. So I honestly think we have a lot. We're kind of in a good position. So, okay, yeah, I'll just go ahead and roll with this a little bit more, and I'll play a little bit of everybody's testimony, because I'll play the testimony from where this interaction takes place, and then we'll kind of sample the rest of them.
Hello. My name is Jeffrey Olson. I'm a native Austinite. I'm a professional musician. I'm a member of the AFM Local 433. I play drums, so I am often a sideman or backing musician. I've been playing South by Southwest about as long as I've been making a living playing music, which is about 10 years, give or take. And I guess I wanted to come up and talk about some of the language used in these recommendations that I think are a little bit of a non sequitur or a red herring for what the original Parks and Rec recommendation that was passed is talking about.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. A little more context. So the chairwoman of the Music Commission proposed an alternative that basically said, South by is fine. Austin can continue to negotiate in good faith with South by, and everything's good, and nothing needs to change. Another person said that we need to adopt the city rate. When the city hires musicians for events, there's a rate that some of the departments have chosen to start paying their musicians at, which is $200 per person per hour, which is whatever. It doesn't meet the prevailing wage, because prevailing wages, there's a little bit more that goes into that calculation, but that is what the NLRB, that the prevailing wage is reflected in the NLRB data around this kind of stuff for the industry. So if you're ever interested, it's probably worth checking out what they have published on the industry that you work in or hope to work in or are maybe thinking about shifting into, or hopefully that you're organizing right now, my lovely chatter, that you are hoping to want to organize in. So yeah, that is those are the two other proposals that aren't the same one as the Parks Board. And if anybody's interested, I can like give you all these documents, but I mean most of that's fucking boring nerd shit anyway. So y'all just care about the details, right? Or the broad strokes. You just care about my narrative about it, right? That's the most important thing.
About the cultural history of South by Southwest, not about where South by Southwest started, about things that may have happened in the 80s and the 90s that had an effect on the course of music, whether South by was instrumental in that, or if it just so happened that Jay-Z and Eminem were in Austin, you know. But I think the actual issue that's being brought to light here is the fact that we, the musicians, are asking to have a seat at the table to talk about how we're going to be compensated for this enormous festival that has a huge economic impact on not only the city economy, but also on our personal financial security, because how we're paid for South by Southwest affects how we're able to effectively negotiate pay throughout the rest of the year. You know, a lot of the venues that we play during South by Southwest, we play every week. You know, it's not like South by Southwest is the only opportunity that I get to play the Mohawk or Hotel Vegas or even 310 Amphitheater or any of the many venues that I've played with many different artists during South by. But the fact that entire bands are played.
Yes, I'm a master at synthesizing all things, whether it be sound waves or information.
Paid $250 to come to South by and play the festival. It has a severe effect of depreciation on our ability to effectively negotiate as a labor force in the rest of the year. it also, I mean, the idea that having the ability to attend the professional element of the festival is something that makes up for monetary compensation is a little bit confusing to me because, for example, this year I played 2 official showcases and I played about 15.
Well, you can watch the VODs, dude. They're there. You can see me synthesizing for you. That's the show.
I did
here.
that so that I could pay my rent, so that I could, make a living as a musician. And I'm not sure when in that time I would have been able to go attend professional development seminars and things like that. So, anyway, that's my piece. If you have any questions or comments.
Any questions, please? Commissioner Strickland.
What has your experience been like being a musician, playing shows in the city, and comparing that to playing South by Southwest? You could go as far with that, or as not as deep with that as you'd like to, but just your specific experience in playing shows with different bands. As a drummer, I'm sure you're in several bands versus playing a show at South by. What's that been like for you?
I mean, I would say that considering my career personally, and this is going to be, somewhat anecdotal, but 100% of my work comes through referral or through somebody seeing me play, right? So, and I would say that there's about the same chance at any gig I play at any time of the year that someone's going to watch me playing drums and say, hey, I should talk to that person and see about maybe hiring them for some work. The fact that that is an option or that that's something that I should be considering, I think is somewhat irrelevant to whether I'm actually being compensated for my work. If I'm an architect and I think that, well, if I design this house, someone sees that house and I get another job through referral, does that mean that I should be asking to get paid less for that job, The other thing I would say is that, also anecdotal, but I have not really personally seen a huge professional bump from the official showcases that I played during South by Southwest. The unofficial showcases, I think, are a different matter because that's where there is some real...
Yeah, our testimony is really good.
happening, but those are also shows that, are often paid.
We'd fucking destroy them, dude.
$250 means.
And for some reason, they just sign up to go first because they get there early. I don't know, but they're like, I'm gonna go first, and then we get to go behind them. It's so. I'm not trying to give South by Southwest some free advice about how they should do these things, but maybe
Well, they're now $350 for the entire festival.
What is it like for you? How important is it that you are paid fairly for the work that you do? What is it that you're able to do in terms of being paid fairly for the work that you do?
Commissioner Strickland is pretty good, but that's a pretty funny question in my opinion. He's like a professional too. He's not in the union though, so.
I would say that it is the difference between me being able to devote all of my energy and all of my time into this thing that I take very seriously, that is a part of my, my professional, my spiritual, and everything health. Being a musician full-time is something that I take very, very personally and very, very seriously. And the reality of the situation is that if I can't make a living doing it, if I have to, and I often do, even, I tour a lot, I play a lot of shows in town, and I make sure that I negotiate what I think is fair pay for me in those gigs, and I still often find myself in financial straits and having to take side gigs and stuff like that. That's just, to some degree, the nature of the economy, but, it's me being able to pay my bills or not, because that's all I have.
Sure. One more question, then I'll hand it over to the other commissioners. What kind of kit do you play?
I have an early 70s Ludwig that I play at gigs and take on the road with me, and then I have a mid-70s Rogers that I keep at home and I use to do remote recording work.
So you have two kits?
Two primary kits.
Two primary kits, and you have a home recording studio that you do work with?
It's basically in my living room, but yes, yeah.
Gotcha, okay. How much would you say all of that equipment is?
Well, the two drum sets together, I would say, are probably worth about $2,000 total. That wouldn't be including the recording.
He's on the union executive board, too. Tours all over.
About 10 times that, probably.
10 times, so we're looking at probably $22,000?
In personal equipment that I use regularly.
In personal equipment that you use regularly to get paid?
Yes.
Is that correct? So then we're looking at that.
So musicians kind of occupy this really interesting space where and it's similar with streamers and stuff too, where we own the factory because it's the gear that we have. You know what I'm saying? My keyboard right here, and then the information on how to make it do its thing. And so like, yeah, we own the means of our own production in that way through our skills, but then we have to like still sell our whole labor. But like, so that's a little more straightforward for like musicians who are like in the symphony or who only do session, you know, the other like hired. But like what I do is I also create commodities that I could potentially monetize, which is the intellectual property of each song, which is the melodies and the recording and any words that I write for the song itself. And then those are the three bits of the music industry that are what are, I shouldn't probably do it that way because then the people will clip that and out of context. The three parts of the music industry that are monetizable, and that's our commodities. That is what the labor produces. And so people have this misconception. It's like, oh, the union won't help me with my publishing. Well, that's because, yeah, that's not, we're a labor union and we protect work. We can't protect the commodity. And like, as someone who like writes their own music, I have a lot of protections through copyright law over the things that I have that are like, you know, I can say are mine and prove are mine in that sense. And I just have to be able to enforce that. And it's similar with the labor situation. And what's really awesome about being in the AFM is that they protect you in that situation. As long as you contract that labor, if you're a session musician and you contract on a record, you can get royalties on that labor through that union contract. And it's a similar thing with what I'm doing. And if you're an independent musician, you can set up a similar kind of contract where you document your labor. And if it gets licensed at some point down the line, you can have proof that you have the you did the work that entitles you to the royalties for that labor. And that's all through the, all those protections are guaranteed to you, or, guaranteed through the legal system, through your dues by AFM lawyers. So like any contract that I have that's through the union, I can come at you with union lawyers, which is fun.
Let me see here. Hold on 1 second here. What's the going rate for a South by gig these days?
I think it's now $350 for a band.
$350 for a band?
Well, yeah.
Fee. 1 second. Hold on. I'm not done yet. Okay. So that means that you would have to play 63 official South by shows to
63 official South bys.
63 official South bys to make your investment back on that gear that you bought. How old are you?
I'm 31.
You're 31. So you will be 94 years old after you finished paying, making an investment on that gear with official South by shows that you have.
God willing.
Yeah, God willing. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Badu?
South by
This is
Southwest
the best
is a private
part.
corporation. Why are we in the city's business having this conversation that is this long about this? Like, I understand and I completely sympathize with everybody that's here. We can't do anything about it. Why are we going over and over and over about South by Southwest?
Bro.
It's because
I'm not angry with you and I sympathize with you
He just fucking interrupts him, dude. He's so mad.
every way, but this is can we truncate this?
Dude, and then fucking Jeff is just up there, dude.
A little bit because we can't do anything about it. We can vote.
I'm so glad the camera guy fucking stayed on him, dude. That was so good.
On the resolution, and we all are sympathetic to that. I just, at this point, like, when you're adding up, like, numbers, you're going to be 93 years old. I mean, let's be normal human beings here.
Just be normal, guys.
Can't go through all of
Be
these speakers.
normal,
They
y'all.
can't spend all night here.
How much money people are making as musicians.
I'm in.
And so now we start yelling at this guy from the fucking gallery here.
sympathetic with it, but we can't just keep doing that. I'm sorry, I'm not angry with anyone.
Commissioner Barton?
Let me speak, so.
I
That was me. I called him out. I called him anti-democratic. Because he was trying to shut us up.
100%.
I didn't want to hear us out. I was like, dude, fuck you,
Commissioner Barton,
man.
please, yeah, I will yield back to anybody else that has questions.
She's so flustered,
speak to my
dude.
recommendation later and my thoughts around it. Commissioner Casada.
Thank you for coming. The Austin Music Commission is here in this setting to hear everyone's professional thoughts and experience and advice. And we are in support of our musicians and our ecosystem. And we are listening. I think we do have a common goal of making sure that our city is fair and providing equitable pay to its musicians. And we are all tackling this issue. And there may be different ways to get to some solutions, but please know that you are heard. All of you will be heard, and we respect you, and we so appreciate you.
Commissioner Bartle, for one moment, please. And thank you. And I know this, I was expecting that this room would be very passionate and the conversation would be passionate today. Please, let's just have a respectful and healthy conversation. And just procedurally, we have to accommodate, whether we want it or not, all the speakers. That's why we're here. What I will suggest...
So everybody's getting mad at him now.
Bartel, and I appreciate everyone's views in this, but if we do run pretty long on this item, as I expect we would today, we can table some of the later items for the next commission agenda. And so let's just put the focus on this item and move forward. I would, yes, in interest of time, let's kind of keep things concise as much as we can.
I just want to apologize if anyone got the wrong idea. Sorry, I lost my cool just a little bit. I support you guys. I want to hear from you.
No, you don't, dude. You just threw a physical fucking hissy fit about it.
Like everybody that's here, I support you so much. I want to hear everybody's individual voices. And no offense to you, I did not mean that.
I support you so much. And then, dude, he does not, like, Bartrell does not like Strickland, dude. He is not a fan of Strickland, bro.
Might have sounded like it, but I didn't.
Thank you. I just, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you're not good at hiding it, dude. You're a fucking open book right now, bro.
I have some similar concerns. Maybe I'll state it differently, Commissioner Bartle, but I think essentially, I think if I can just do a quick read, some of just a difference in opinion might come up is the mechanisms to achieve the goals. And I think that's where you will hear most of this conversation going, whether we are asking questions here or speaking amongst ourselves. Yes, musicians, we want to support musicians at the Austin Music Commission. Everybody in the music industry, whether it's the musicians, festival owners, venue operators, recording studio engineers, everybody.
Everybody. But who does the industry fucking turn on? Musicians. You wouldn't have an industry without the fucking labor force to do it. And I'm even including engineers, sound engineers, and of live and recorded. DJs, the AFM just recently, which is, oh man, I wish I could show you all the tweet that I found that made me think about it. I'll share it in the Discord. I don't know which Discord. Y'all can join my Discord if you want. Send me messages. I'll send you the link or whatever. But yeah, DJs are now, we're gonna like do an explicit push to recruit DJs as a union, which I am appreciative of, and like EDM artists and, you know, the whole gamut. And we're also, this just passed at the international convention, but like Medicare for all. So chalk that up for another union that's like vocally, actively supporting, you know, we have like it's called Tempo, which is our political action fund that they work on that kind of stuff. And they'll now be pushing for Medicare for all. So go that for a little bit of social democracy there. And hopefully we can get that. And Joe Biden don't veto that shit like he said he would.
a stakeholder for us. And so the idea is to be able to step back, take a big picture view, and see how we, within what is available to us, can move forward. Any other questions for, you wanted to add something, Commissioner Quesada?
By the sheer amount of musicians that are attending the Music Commission meeting, we know the importance of this issue, and so we are here to listen to everyone. And I make a motion. I was going to try to tackle some all ages, things later on. I'm happy to punt that into the future so we can focus and honor the public and our musicians that are here. And I want you to feel supported.
Yeah, Commissioner Quesada, as I recommended, I think if it's okay, let's move forward with the conversation. Let's do a time check. Maybe at 8:30, and then we'll decide how we want to move forward. Yep, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Olson?
I just have, excuse me, a quick comment as we move forward. I'm not
yeah,
from
Union
Austin.
Joe, right?
I'm from the C word, and I moved here about 30 years ago.
From the C word.
By the way. That's why. I'm sorry. I was like, wait a second. That sounded. Let me clarify.
I was going to say Chicago.
And regardless of what we can or can't do as a group or individuals, I'm looking at this as an opportunity.
I know you're not
to
sold on
maybe
Medicare
learn
for
something
all,
that I
but
didn't know, or get someone else's.
it's cheaper. I'm telling
just like
you,
your day-to-day,
it's cheaper and better. It's cheaper.
Struggles
and better.
with your career,
And then you unionize so you get a good fucking wage.
Going to be a musician. I was terrible.
And we nationalized the whole fucking thing, not just the goddamn insurance. Fuck this fucking nationalize the insurance, private hospital bullshit. Fucking National Health Service.
Got on the other side of it, where I'm in the industry itself. More than just musicians struggle in this industry with trying,
including the fucking drug manufacturing,
a living, and you kind of have to shift and move forward. Musicians, it's the hardest because once you're out there and you are a drummer or a guitar player or a singer, that's all anyone wants to see from you. You can't kind of switch as easily. So I'm hoping that today I get to learn something and that it's not just about.
Yeah, and then every commissioner felt like they needed to speak up and say what they felt. Turned into a little feelings festival. But basically, it destroyed, it gave us the rest of the time, and they threw all time limits for testimony out the window and all that stuff because, a dude threw a hissy fit.
One person, but it's about an experience for everybody, so that maybe we can learn something, walk away, and come up with ideas and a way to move forward that we didn't have when we got here, hopefully.
Ideas. High-level ideas.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you so much.
I do want to say thank you so much. I don't think anyone else has any questions, right?
Very good. Thank you.
I do want to say that one of our jobs as commissioners is to make recommendations to the city.
You want to see mine now?
In order to make recommendations to the city, you need to be well-versed on every single thing that is.
You want to hear them go back and forth with the president for a little bit? There's some interesting stuff there, or I can just skip to mine. I'll let chat. One's in the chat if you want me to skip, zeros if you want me to watch the president's testimony. There's some interesting stuff in there if you want to learn. Ones, okay. Well, okay, I get it.
Awesome. So, first off, work isn't voluntary. People like to pretend that us on the left and in labor, we don't want to do work. But, no, we want to do this work. And South by Southwest is a job.
You got any Left Reckoning fans in chat? They're based out of, or half of them is based out of Austin, so it's one reason why I'm a fan.
Just like any other job. It needs to be paid fairly. And it's absurd for South by to act like this festival is a gift to musicians, because it wouldn't happen without the musicians playing it. Nobody would come. Musicians didn't work during COVID either, and we don't have a multi-billion angel investor to come save us and keep our revenue rolling. They wouldn't have done that if they hadn't understood that South by is a profitable company. They wouldn't have spent that money to bail them out and to keep that going if it wasn't profitable. So please, take South by's statements tonight with a grain of salt, understanding that they make money off of us, and when they don't pay musicians the fair value that they bring to the festival, they are exploiting them. And I don't think the city of Austin should subsidize that exploitation. Badges are a form of what's called company scrip. Company scrip is a very old term, and so some of you might not be familiar with it, but it's a form of remuneration of compensation for work that is only redeemable at the company. That is what South by badges are, and they are illegal. Company scrip is illegal in the United States. So why is the city of Austin enabling illegal remuneration?
Try not to use the fucking proper term and try to use fucking layman's terms, but I couldn't help myself. Fucking remuneration.
Festival access, in addition to
I'm
compensation.
such a theory head, bro.
Great. That's like the standard for festivals around the world, where musicians get paid to play the festival, and then they're able to also attend. Every gig for a musician is a networking gig. South by isn't unique in that. And frankly, for as many events as South by puts on, I don't really think that what they need is more events. What they need to do is pay workers for the work that they do.
Oh my god, I love that joke, man. It's funny to me.
So we've been doing
More events, dude. Just one more event, please. Just one more, bro. That will solve everything. That's what South by needs, bro. Just one more event, bro. Please, bro. Please.
of math tonight, but I want to really break this down for you. $350 minus the $55 application fee is $295. Divide that by 4 people in a 4-piece band, just ballpark, is $74 per person. That's not enough to get down there and around, pay for parking, pay for meals and stuff like that for one night's work, let alone if you're coming in from out of town. I did some looking, and there's no other application fee for any of the other jobs at South by Southwest. Only musicians have to pay an application fee to be an employee of South by Southwest. Waiving application fees for hand members is great, but it does nothing for the musicians who come in from outside that 50-mile radius. And so basically, it's just another thing to try and wave the city off.
See, I told you a lot of this stuff already, so I don't know.
Hotel occupancy taxes are really necessary, but that shouldn't come at the that tax revenue is generated off the work of musicians. Musicians aren't threatening this revenue from the city. It's South by who's threatening to take this revenue away from the city. Only because musicians are asking to be paid fairly and to have a say in how that compensation is arrived at. So South by Southwest receives some government subsidies. It's not that much, we all understand that. And the city of Austin should leverage that in an attempt to get them to pay workers free. But that also doesn't implicate other organizations.
This is my most complicated point, but it's that point about about her organization, the chair of this commission's organization. So I'm talking directly to her right now. Yeah, Philception, yeah.
Or events that might have those similar subsidies, that is, unless those events or organizations are also underpaying musicians for that work.
See, she fucking pops off at me now. See, you catch that? Like, I was talking to her, and she like, hey, whoa, you're done here. You're done.
Interruption, Mr. Balke, if you could start wrapping up your thoughts, and I think you can present the rest as the commission has questions, so that way,
Yeah, it could be a little bit smoother. You want to see? I'll show you guys the other one that I made up on the fly.
We can move it. We can still contain it within
this one. I had like specific points I was trying to get at, and I never practiced it at all. So, partially why I'm trying to do this is like be public speaking more and more and more and more and never stop.
In time, please.
We can move to questions now.
You're free to wrap it up, or I'll open it up to questions.
I just want to say that, even if other organizations in the city are receiving similar subsidies, that doesn't necessarily implicate them in changes to their budgets or whatever, unless they're underpaying musicians. And I personally find that particularly egregious if an organization their budgets are impacted by needing to increase rate of pay for musicians. I find that egregious if they are currently underpaying musicians in attempt to support musicians and.
Oh yeah, dude. I would do so bad on a C-SPAN call. I get so nervous. That's a lot of people listening. Even because even nobody watching C-SPAN.
Other, oppressive groups. I think that is completely contradictory. One last thing, part of my little statement is, exposure doesn't advance my career. Getting paid does. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you,
Any
Philip.
questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
And nobody had any questions for me, so y'all want to see the other one, or y'all done listening to testimony and want to move to see the news coverage of the meetings? Because I got that too. Uh-oh, y'all are gonna be mad at my hat in this one.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Philip Balke. I'm here as a member of the AFM Local 443, and thank you, Parks Board, for putting this issue on the dais tonight, and thanks.
So I'm just making this up. This is off the dome. This is like me talking to y'all right now.
Councilman Villalobos.
Y'all can tell me which is better, because, like, we'll see, you know.
Yeah, for all your help supporting us too. So yeah, I think basically Mr. Whalen came up here and gave a very wonderful speech that is exactly what I would expect to hear from a boss trying to say, oh, we do everything. And he even did the classic cliches of we're a family, we're building a community and stuff like that. But the bottom line is he wouldn't work. He wouldn't be here tonight for a badge to South by. But he expects every musician who comes there to take that as a gift. In addition to them, each musician, as he said, paying an application fee. What job, any other job, do you pay a fee to apply for it? They have enough money coming in from badges, and because there's multiple levels of badges. He said, we're bumping up the musicians to get a full access badge. They weren't even giving people a full festival ticket back in the day. Now that's a new thing, supposedly. As far as it's not even in writing yet. I think he just brings that today to try and get y'all off South by's back, because that's his job. And it's just really insulting, because at the end of the day, like the other musicians that have testified tonight, we have rent to pay. We can't give our landlord a South by badge and saying, you know, this is what I got paid in.
See, this is when I realized it was company script. I was like, oh no, that's what this is.
It's absurd. We are doing work, just like he's doing work representing South by, and we need to get paid for doing that work in a way that is a sustainable wage that enables us to pay rent, to put food on our table, to pay our bills. He said go back to school. How many of us musicians, myself included, have student debt? Because the schools in this country aren't paid for in a way that makes sense. And we as individuals are meant to burden that. So he is bringing classic talking points to denigrate us. But really what he's doing is predating upon us. And South by does this too. He's representing predators because they are taking advantage of our love of performing music, something that we couldn't survive without doing, and saying it is a privilege for us to make millions of dollars off of that work that y'all are doing. And really, I don't have anything more to say than that, other than, yeah, he's taking you.
Okay, interesting. Okay. I really was like, yeah, going off a list, and I don't like to do that, but I wanted to make sure I hit all those points. So I think what I need to do is, like, put some more space in between making the list and like giving like the quote unquote performance or whatever, putting those bullet points together.
South by and through Whalen tonight is representing them, is taking it.
But yeah, I came up with that predator thing like right there, and that was fun to say.
Predating upon people's love of the thing that we all can't live without, which is music. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay.
Good evening, Parks Board. Thank you for having us.
This guy.
Today, I am working.
This guy, he is there on behalf of a group called ATX Musicians. They're a nonprofit. And so, like, if you ever heard of any of the analysis around the nonprofit industrial complex, that guy, definitely a member and representative of. Because they dropped out of the coalition. Because when they started talking about South by, their funding got threatened. And so they were like, yeah, we can't testify, we can't talk about it anymore. And there's a union member who's also like works closely with them, and they told her she couldn't testify anymore because it threatened their funding. So there will be more information that I will hopefully be able to present to y'all, my lovely chatters. Isn't what illegal? Keeping her from testifying? I don't necessarily know, and I think it's obviously a point of how it might be, but it also might be the kind of thing where it's like, if you want to keep your job, you know, and we just don't have those kind of labor laws. And I think she is employed with them also. Obviously not under a union contract or anything like that. But yeah, it's just like, so it's either that or she is sincerely afraid about hurting the funding of this organization. And it's just a personal conflict that they have. And, you know, hopefully they choose the union and solidarity over everything else in the future. But that's all I feel like I should say about that right now without, I don't know. Just like, don't be a scab in general in life, and, you know, and help out your siblings in labor and in any way you can, every time you can. Always. Okay, we're going to listen to Chairman Nagbali's she's on the music commission too, and she was also kind of like with ATX Musicians and kind of mealy-mouthed, but now ATX Musicians is gone, and so we don't have to worry about them. But they were like pretending like they could negotiate with South by on behalf of the musicians. It was that's what I think about that, Mr. Bucha. Okay.
You're not sure, you know, and there needs to be more discussion with South by and with the
You know what? We'll listen to her mealy mouth little thing because she's on the commission and she's about to vote because they had to push that vote off until next time, and so they're gonna. So we'll listen to what she has to say about it. I might get something new out of this because she was like not at the meeting.
Hello, my name is
For
Ann
most of
Charlotte
it.
Patterson. I'm in District 7. I'm Vice Chair of the Music Commission, but this evening I'm representing myself as a member of the music community. The Music Commission has not had an opportunity to take this up yet. The issue of musician pay is something that we have been discussing for years at this point. Pat and Sadie and Zeke have all come before us. We've talked about this with the city rate of pay for city paid performances, how the Live Music Fund can best benefit artists. And so it is a very thorny issue, and I really appreciate the Parks Board stepping up to help us figure
The formalities.
out.
Get on with it.
I guess, in the issue of South by Southwest, as a music commissioner, I'm trying to understand how to best separate the idea of direct pay from an overall compensation package.
What?
Understand, you know, this is an incredibly emotional issue. This is, we are dealing with so much scarcity in Austin, and it is, you know, almost hardest on our musicians and our creative workers. So I would say that I support an improved compensation package for musicians and artists at South by Southwest. However, if musicians do choose to take the new package offered by South by Southwest, which I have not had an opportunity to study closely, I would hope that that package offers a truly elevated experience.
Elevated experience
for the artists.
I can do that with my own money if you would pay me.
True career building experience that justifies the investment of time and energy and money to play.
so the package that they're talking about is that thing that they were is what we were talking about earlier, where it's the festival, full festival experience plus some extra special events for putting you in contact with people who want to exploit your music. It's essentially what they want to do, is they want to put you in front of industry predators and exploit you again because you chose the badge. You know, like, I mean, it's brutal. I get it's a tough choice and people make them all the time. And like, it's the same reason why coal miners took fucking company script back in the day when it was first, invented and first applied. Like, what choice do you have? Like, you don't really have one. Like, it is what it is, Yeah, it's all just legalese. It's fucking
South by
nonsense.
Southwest.
And like, there is no a thing to approve or disapprove. Like, right now, the current state is you take South by's offer or you leave it. There's no talking about it. Like, she's just a delusional liberal.
Really gives these musicians opportunities in rooms and at tables that they haven't had access before. And then
Yeah. Well, hopefully she votes our way.
if we're treating them as VIPs at this convention, that they really feel that they have that experience. And Sarah are still discussing this with South by Southwest.
Yes, dude, exactly, bro. It's 100% a pizza party, dude. Yes, it is, dude. We're going to put mushrooms on the pizza, dude. Special mushrooms, if you know what I'm saying, dude.
I'm here in solidarity with you guys. Like, you probably haven't had a chance to
Mushrooms
come through the details
pizza,
yet.
bro.
So I
Yeah,
just
right,
saying,
Tate.
like, I hope that what South by Southwest is offering is great. If you feel like you're not sure, and there needs to be.
Oh my God, lady, come on. They don't. Okay, we're done. So, okay, here's the chairperson. She's the one who actually introduced an alternative resolution. The one that says, yeah, everything's fine. We're going to just keep going the way things are because, and you'll see why here.
Hello, PACOD members. I'm Nagavali Medicherla. I am an independent musician, been based in Austin for a long time. I currently serve as the chair of the Music Commission, and I also serve as the mayor's appointee to the Arts Commission. However, I stand here today.
She's kind of clouded in the city of Austin's art scene, no joke.
In my capacity as the board chair for EQ Austin, a non.
This is what she is not here speaking in her personal capacity. She is here as the representative of a charity right now.
Organization which works towards promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion in Austin's commercial music landscape.
Okay, DEI in Austin's landscape, but I'm all for that. I love it. Diversity is strength. Don't get me wrong.
Our board offers 100+ collective years advocating for Austin musicians spanning 1974 to 2023. While we acknowledge the efforts of individuals and organizations striving to provide musicians with fair pay, the draft recommendation proposing that South by Southwest.
So she says, I appreciate the groups, which is UMAL, which is United Musicians and Allied Workers, which is another charity, but it's kind of a newly formed nationwide charity. But they're not a union. They're not a labor union. Only the American Federation of Musicians is a recognized labor union for musicians. So keep that in mind if you see them out there. And they're not representing themselves as a union anymore, but they kind of were for a little bit. But that's who she's talking about. She's talking shit about us.
Must guarantee fair pay for musicians at the city of Austin.
Let me back it up a second.
Acknowledge the efforts of individuals and organizations striving to provide musicians with fair pay. The draft recommendation proposing that South by Southwest must guarantee fair pay for musicians at the city of Austin's parks and other spaces has raised some concerns for us.
So she's here representing diversity in Austin in the music industry, but has problems with the pay stuff. Or the fights for pay and how it comes out.
Generally determined by the nature of the event or venue, and usually varies depending on the artist or band's experience and draw. The Austin Music Commission passed a recommendation, as was earlier mentioned, last year to raise the per-hour musician pay from $150 to $200 for events produced by the city, which has been adopted by the Economic Development Department, and we hope to see other city departments voluntarily follow suit.
Bro, how cool would it be if fucking City of Austin does a CBA with us, with the musicians union? That'd be so cool. Goals, chat.
However, if the recommendation regarding South by availing of city facilities is to become a government policy, it would have to extend beyond South by to be fairly applied to other entities.
Okay. So, like, she's worried about the subsidies surrounding fair pay being applied, or problems with fair pay implicating other subsidies in other organizations. That's what she's worried about here.
Both for nonprofits and for both for profits and for small nonprofits, as well as events both established and new. It would.
And she's not even just worried about nonprofits. She's also talking about for-profit businesses. She just said that. Big and small, new and old. Everybody.
Need to be equally applied to city institutions such as the Asian American Cultural Center.
Yes. The Asian Cultural American Center needs to be paying musicians fairly. Yes.
Center, the Mac Carver Museum and Culture.
Yes, the Washington Carver Museum definitely needs to be paying fucking like the George Washington Carver, the man who fucking invented peanut butter and so much more. Badass mycologist too. Don't sleep on that, y'all. George Washington Carver, mycologist. I know he fucking clashed with W.E.B. Du Bois, but that doesn't mean that man didn't know his mushrooms. Anyway, yes, they need to be fucking paying their fucking musicians that they hire for the events a fair wage. And yes, and I would be very surprised if they aren't.
Center, we must consider the potential impact of such a policy across the board. It
makes all the musicians get paid fairly. Oh my god, that would be the fucking worst.
Create budgets that would make some programs unsustainable.
So their budgets are based on exploiting musicians? That's the only thing that makes it sustainable? Is that what you're testifying to right now? What the fuck?
In 1987, South by Southwest was the first producer in the city to include genres like Tejano and hip-hop. This homegrown...
Y'all got that, right? Y'all understood what she said, right? She said that because what she's arguing, that's not exactly what she said. What she's arguing is that because of South by's history of including hip hop and Tejano music, they can continue to not pay musicians. That's what she.
Event has continued to support local BIPOC musicians and ensured their longevity in a
support them, right? Wait.
highest market, generating new funding resources for musicians. The first producer in the city to include genres like Tejano and hip.
So, like, I also don't believe that. Maybe it's like the first festival of its size, but there's no way there's not like a Tejano festival in Austin. Like a small one. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Just doesn't sound believable. It's Austin. Like, the live music capital of the world, as they like to call themselves. And it's in northern Mexico, like it used to be a part of Mexico. Like, what the, the only reason why we're not is a slave rebellion. Like, what the fuck? No, maybe. I don't personally know, but it just doesn't ring true to me.
This homegrown event has continued to support local BIPOC musicians and ensured their longevity in a biased market, generating new funding resources for musicians. I should note that EQ Austin. In 1987, South by Southwest was the first producer in the city to include genres like Tejano and hip hop. This homegrown event has continued to support local BIPOC musicians and ensured their longevity in a biased market, generating new funding resources.
So maybe I'm wrong in misunderstanding what she's saying here, but it sounds like she's saying that South by is generating revenue. Did it come across to y'all like that at all, or am I just not understanding? And that's what it sounds like to me, is that she's claiming that South by is a revenue stream for these BIPOC musicians.
I should note that EQ Austin presented South by Southwest virtual shows in 2021.
So virtual shows in 2021? I thought South by didn't do anything in those years. That's what the other person said. Fucking Weasley, little liar, dude.
During the pandemic, featuring BIPOC artists in collaboration with Texas Music Office, Black Fret, and KUTX The Breaks. I just would like to quickly conclude that we appreciate the updates that South by have provided for 2024. There is a lot that South by brings to the Austin economy, including hot taxes that directly go into funding cultural arts, and the new live music fund that has been established for musicians. Thank you so much. Hello.
Oh, chat. So that was the stuff about South by. That's where things kind of stand now. I appreciate you listening. And hanging out and all that stuff. But I am going to go to a show tonight, actually. And I need to leave for that, because it starts soon. So I'm going to call it here. Thank y'all so much. I hope y'all caught the little song I played on piano earlier and appreciated that. No, I really appreciate y'all sticking around, and it means so much to me. And let's see if we can figure out maybe someone to raid, even though not a big raid, but let's pay it forward, right? That's the whole point of this thing, right? Oh, I don't even know how to do this. I never do this stuff. Stream more? Like, do you mean stream more often? Or like stream more tonight? There it is. I'm going to send y'all to Horse, because Horse is on and he's fun. What is it? Famous. That's what it is. Why did it work? I hope it works. Let's try it again. Can I not raid yet because I don't have all the things yet? Well, shoot. Well, shoot. Well, chat, go watch Horse. Go and tell him Philbo sent you that, and I did a good job, and that Horse does good stuff too, and I love him. Yeah, sorry, I don't know how to do it yet. But I appreciate y'all hanging out and appreciate y'all all the follows, all the interactions. Sorry, no horse training tonight. But thanks, David, for the raid. Thank you so much, everybody, again, for listening and engaging. Go listen to my fucking music, y'all. It's awesome. Go follow on Spotify, SoundCloud, Bandcamp if you want to buy it. That's like the best way to support me is to go buy that little bit of music on Bandcamp. Even if you just go and spin it anywhere, just listen. I see all that stuff and it makes me feel good. So thank you so much. Chat. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy your evening. Thank you so much for watching.